Hello. Is this thing on? I think it is. Hi, friends. I'm not late. You are all simply early. Uh-huh. That's it. I wouldn't be late. Not me. Hi, friends. How's it going? I hope you're all well. Hi, Sen, and hello, lurkers. It's good to see you. I blow my nose real quick, because, you know, imagine doing that before opening your microphone and before changing to the scene that has your face on it. Imagine being prepared. And all that. Not me. Actually, do I need this light? No, doesn't seem like I need this light today. Hello. Hi, friends. Oh, I had no idea what to do today. And I stared at my extensive Steam library, and nothing sparked joy, and I thought, oh dear. Oh heck, what am I gonna do? I need to clean my my filter, apparently. So yeah, what am I gonna do? I don't know. And then I was like, ooh, you know what I haven't done? I haven't set up my alerts for Ko-Fi, and my there was a few bit alerts that I wanted to change. There we go. There. Cause yeah, is my birthday next month, and I'll be making a paper chain. It's already in the background because some of you have been incredibly generous already. But yeah, for every 300 bits or €3 donation on Ko-Fi, which is cheaper than bits, and the alerts will be the same. Yeah, you can add a link to the paper chain as well as subs. Ko-Fi is the cheapest option, and it's also the best option for me, financially speaking. Because yeah, I've talked about it a little bit yesterday, but with the current state of the dollar, the prices have not been adjusted, so you will still pay the same amount of euros, but then that gets translated into dollars. I get half of that, and then those dollars get translated back to euros, and somewhere along the way the money just evaporates. So yeah, I'm getting a significantly less portion of that, which is unfortunate, but it's just because Twitch pays out in US dollars. Somewhere along the line, the money just evaporates. Hi, Lyra! Yeah. I sure do love living in current events. So yeah, that's why I'm changing things around a bit. There is, down in the About section, I quickly made a graphic. Actually, can I load that in here? Do I still have something up? Let me go into studio mode. Look at loaded here. That's too small. Hold up. So, like this. This should be doable. So the thing is, with the cheers, the 50 would be equivalent to 50 cents, and the 69 is 69 biddies or 69 cents. But on Ko-Fi, you can only do full amounts, no cents, no decimals, as far as I'm aware. And the minimum amount, it used to be €3, and I've set it down to €1 now. So now it's an equivalent to the 100 biddies, essentially. It also has TTS, if everything works. The problem is that there's no integration for Ko-Fi in Firebot, so I had to be creative. But because I cannot set amounts on Ko-Fi to test it, there's no way for me to test if this actually works, so yeah. Rupee's been dropping to historical lows, so like we've been doing well with the conversion rates, but not really. Yeah. Sure do love living in current events. But yeah, this is the bits and tips price list. The cheers and the Ko-Fi equivalent. Yeah, the reason it's more beneficial for you to use Ko-Fi is because with the bits you pay more. Yeah, you people pay the difference, and I just get the full amount. So for 100 bits is $1. And on Ko-Fi, that's just €1. You pay €1. There's a small fee for me if you do it through PayPal, but that's minimal. And yeah, another benefit to me through Ko-Fi is that it is in euros directly, so there's no conversion rate for me. But yeah, if your currency is not euro, then it might not be as beneficial. But yeah, now there's options, friends. There's options. Yeah, and it should be the exact same alert because I cloned them from my bit list, turned them into Ko-Fi alerts, which I hope works. It can be a bit wonky because like I said, there's no Ko-Fi integration. So what I've done is I've set the criteria to be a message from Ko-Fi Streambot that contains the message tipped and then the amount of the alert. Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, this is it's also in the about section. I just quickly made that before stream, but then at least some things up there. Where's my total? Where's my total list? Yeah, I've done that. New page. Because what I want to do is update my about section to represent my brand colors, because now I have the pots of paint, which are fun, but they don't represent like my brand colors like this does. So I will adjust that. And yeah, the list, I want to make better readability, and I didn't have time for it because I did this right before stream. I want to make a text equivalent so that people who use screen readers can have it read out to them, and also have it in a command, so it shows a list in chat. So I do apologize. It is not as accessible as it will eventually be. I ran out of time, but I will fix that before next stream. But yeah, once I have the command set up, or the alt, either or, I can just copy paste the text. I will probably upload this to... If anyone has any good websites that you can upload images to, that you can add alt text and stuff to, so that I can add that as a link when you click the image, it will give you that and the text, because Twitch doesn't let you add alt text as far as I know. I might be wrong and I've glossed over it. Alt text as far as I know. Oh, that's because there's sound on there. That's not supposed to happen. Let's see. There, it does. I was wrong. Image description. There we go. There is. I was wrong. Twitch has added the accessible image description. Yeah, so I will add that as well. Good, good. I will still would like to upload this to an image website so that you can have a bigger version of this, because the Twitch About section is 320 pixels wide. It's not great. It's not great. So, I don't know if Imager, like Imgur, is still alive and what is up with that, because I have not used websites like that. I have always hosted my own websites, my own thingies, and if I want to have an archive, I usually just add it to my Tumblr under a specific tag. Yeah, I don't know. There's something in the back of my mind. You know, there's something tingling going. There is something about Imager, but I don't know what or why or how. There's something. But no fucking clue. Just be used to compress things without absolutely crushing the quality. Yeah, I get that. I still pay for Canva, because I do use it quite often, and it has a lot of assets and options, but mostly because I haven't found an alternative yet that doesn't use any form of Gen AI. Like, I don't use Canva's Gen AI options, but I would very much prefer to have the option of a corporation that does not use Gen AI. It's not that difficult, friends. I get by perfectly fine without it. And it's costing me more effort at this point to avoid it than to just give in, but I refuse. Because it sucks, and it's stupid, and it drains too many resources. There's no excuse for using AI. You still got a whole year left. Yeah. The bubble can always pop. Yeah, and as my my friend who is in marketing and knows a bit more about finance pointed out, that we won't know if the bubble has burst until the quarterly numbers are presented, and the numbers for December are not up yet. The official numbers. So who knows? Who knows? The bubble can always pop. Yeah, manifesting. But yeah, enough about that depressing subject. But yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll do some research. It's not difficult. It's just a faff. It's just a faff. But yeah, I have started using my paper to-do list again. Which is good. Not pretty in a while, but hear my one request. Yeah, unfortunately for me, I am a non-believer, so... Oh goodness. This was when I played a lot of Fucking Stardew, huh? I'm just going through my old to-do list notes, and there's just... This is the Stardew calendar for spring, and then on the back, it says everyone's favorites. With all the birthdays in that season. And when the berries are on there, but this is, I don't know how long ago this is. Like, what's this? Oh, right, yeah. Universal loves, Universal likes, traveling cart. Oh, this is from a long time ago. This is... from before I started my chemotherapy. Because it says... This is my intro to chemotherapy. That's several years ago now. I had 2 of these. And then it got lost somewhere. Right, I did a test with the compression to see how many centimeters I would lose from wearing some kind of compression on my thighs. And the result was -3 centimeters in 3 hours, just by putting some form of compression on, let alone the official Storm compression that I'm wearing now. Maybe when we go up the farm? Yeah, that could be. But yeah, it's all in here. That's funny. Like, I thought, okay, so what are the old to-do lists in here? And it turns out I didn't even start with a to-do list. I just used this as my paper notes for Stardew. You still have that save? That's cute. Yeah, no, Stardew is not for me. It's too fucking stressful. Though well, you've been playing since Sunhaven. Looks really interesting. I don't know, have I got that on my wish list? Maybe 1 second to reply to a message. But yeah, no, Stardew's too stressful for me. But yeah, Sunhaven, that was what I was gonna check. I took my ADHD meds, friends, I promise. Store page. Oh, it is fairly cheap. But yeah, it'll be on sale again. Because I stared at my library of games and none of them sparked joy. Even though I got a few cheap ones new with the sale. 2 of them are short. 3 of them are short games that I can probably do in one stream. But they have a quite heavy subjects, or at least it seems to be. Dealing with a lot of loss and things, and it's like, later in the year maybe, but right now I'm too tired. Right now I'm too tired. I did finally get Hellblade, which I'm really interested in. But that is not a one stream kind of game. To be fair, I'm not sure if Stanley Parable is, but I got reminded of its existence. It was on my wish list. It was on sale, so I went, meh. Yo, Bleo, good to see you. I once said there's not enough time in store to do all the things I don't want to do. Yeah. Yes, it's true. By the time you've tended to the fucking farm, the day is over. And you can't pause and think for a second either, because the clock just keeps going. It's so stressful. It's so stressful. I don't understand how people can go, oh, Stardew's such a chill game. It's not. It's not. It's not a chill game. Whew, I have a lot of emotions about Stardew Valley, apparently. And the game should be available to you, and if you can get a copy in co-op. Yes! It's just that the only copy we have currently is in your library, and you've been liking it so much that you've been basically playing it non-stop, or at least have it open while you do other shit as well, and then get back to it and do another day and then do more shit. So there's not really an opportunity for me to play it. Because every time you open it, because it's officially in your library, it will close it for me. I could quit anytime I want! No, I'll put it down. Okay, I'll let you know. I'll let you know. Not now, at least. And after stream, I should really boot up The Sims and rebuild at least our living room and shuffle the furniture around with the designs we've made on paper, just so we get a 3D view, because yeah, some of us are visual thinkers and others are not. Yeah, no worries. Good luck. Let me know if it doesn't work, then I'll do I'll help out in the ad break in about 30 minutes. Kieran's building a Colux, or has built a Colux, and now just it needs to be put upright. But yeah, Son's been having trouble with his hip lately, so if that doesn't work, I'll help out during the ad break. It's fine. Well, we'll see. So yeah, Stanley Parable. I've seen parts of it. I don't think I was there for Zara's entire playthrough many years ago, because I'm still a mod for her, but she's on another hiatus to deal with stuff and things in life. But yeah. Let's hope my memory is shitty enough that I don't remember. Don't remember how the game goes. We'll see. There's only 11 achievements. Interesting. Wait, it's the Ultra Deluxe edition. I think it's the latest edition. I was gonna say the final edition, but you never know. It's an interesting one, friends. When did this one officially? Yeah, no, 2022 is the Ultra Deluxe one. Anyone know when it came out? Like the original Stanley Parable? I don't know, Steam. I don't know. Steam's recommendations are hysterical. So I got the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe open, and then underneath it says more like this, Fetish Locator, S&M Studio. And I'm like, I don't think those are similar at all, Steam. I'm not sure. I've never played either of them, but you know? Let's have a look. Stanley Parable. 2013. Oh. Ah. Of course. Publisher, Clay, yeah. Clay games from other bangers like Oni and Don't Starve. More like this. Crime Scene Cleaner. Is it though? Is it really Steam? Baby Steps. No, I don't think that's similar at all. What are you on? The fuck is this? Hold up. Okay, this is going on my wish list. It's a game called Dino Cop. It looks silly. It's on my wish list. There we go. There's a demo. Ooh. Might give that a whirl another time. Yeah. Anywho. Yes. So yeah, the Stanley Parable. We'll see. I'm excited though. I am excited. But yeah, I'll this was the trial. This was the trial of 2026. The past 3 streams was just going by vibes. For next week I'll actually make a schedule. What do I have planned? Oh, right, yes, Monday my GP calls for my ADHD check-in to see if my meds are good. I think my meds are good. I think this dosage is good for now. I think this dosage works really well for me. Hey, nice. The shelf is upright. Good. Let's see. Friday. Oh, hi, Hyper. Good to see you. I hope you're well. Ooh, but Discord movie night is next Saturday. I need to... When was... Usually Airfryer deals with these things for me. But he's not in the country. What is he back? Buddy, friend, when are you home? I don't know. Let me text him. There we go. I've texted him. So yeah, there'll be a poll soon. Either Airfryers will do it or I'll have a look and I'll put up a poll. sometime today. In my time zone today, that is. No promises as to everyone else's. To see what we will be watching on the weekend. There we go. Nice. All right. There we go. Welcome back, San. I'm glad it all went well. That's good. Otherwise I would have hopped in during the break. But yeah, friends. I'm gonna take the price list down now. But yeah. Yeah, so short recap if you missed it. I'll be focusing more on bits and Ko-Fi. The alerts, like it shows the equivalent amounts on Ko-Fi in euros. Basically, because the prices haven't changed. Not yet, Sen. It's on my to-do list. I made this graphic right before stream. I can send the graphic to you and you can have a look if you like. But I've also not added the alt text yet on Twitch. So apologies. It is in the about section, but it's not optimized yet. Because yeah, the prices haven't changed, at least in case of the euro. The Twitch prices are still the same, whereas the dollar has tanked in value. So you pay in your currency, it gets translated to dollars. I get half of that, and then those dollars get translated back into euros. And somewhere along the line, a lot of money evaporates. So it's not beneficial. Not for you, not for me. And like, yes, people get emotes, and I do still really appreciate subs. It's just that with the way things are going in the current state of the dollar, let's just call it that, it's just not ideal. It's not beneficial. So yeah, I've set up different alerts through Firebot for Ko-Fi. There is no Ko-Fi integration, so I've had to have my bot recognize the username and what is in the what is in the message that is posted, and then post an alert based off of that. So there's going to be a slight delay, but at least the it's the same amount in Cheers or in Ko-Fi, and if you do it through Ko-Fi, it's cheaper for you because you don't pay the difference. Like for Cheers, I get the full amount that you cheer, but you have to pay an amount that Twitch gets when you buy bits. So that difference is already paid by you, whereas with subs, you pay the full amount and I get half of that equivalent in dollars from Twitch. So yeah. That's that, friends. You can find this list in my About section. I'm gonna keep this up for now, because I haven't fully crystallized the whole idea yet. I haven't fully made up my mind what I want to do and where I want to go with all of this. And I don't like talking shop, I don't like talking about money, but I'm at a point where I need to say something, you know? I need to make up my mind about what I want to do, what I don't want to do, and where I want to go from here, you know? And now is as good a time as any. Now that I no longer have the brain fog of the holidays going on, I can actually think again and do stuff. So we'll see. I'll see. We shall see. what else. Did I have anything else on the list that I wanted to talk about? Not currently, no. Not currently. I don't know, friends. How has your weekend been so far? There we go. But yeah. I do want to continue George again. So George is probably going to be on my schedule again. I have a new set of clippers. I could finally trim the fur on this thing to look the way I want, and then I can make progress for the rest of it. Basically what I need to do is add the wings with Velcro to a shirt, so that once I've worn the shirt I can throw it in the wash without having to do a hand wash and having to wear it to fear for the foam, the EVA foam, to be destroyed in the washing machine. So yeah, that's gonna be done with Velcro. It's gonna be costuming Velcro, which is very thin, but should be very sturdy. And then the same for the tail, though I might make just loops on the tail, so it can be held in place by a belt or some construction like that. So that's going on for that, and then I need to make a tunic and decide on a color for the hat, because I have the foam base for the pointy hat that has a curly point on it, but I can see the seams, so I don't want to leave it bare with the foam, because I am not at the skill level where I can make something out of EVA foam without seams showing. It's gonna show one way or another, even with several layers of plasti dip and paint and such. So I think I'm gonna cover it with fabric, but I have to decide on a color and see what fabrics I have. What fabrics I have available to make that work. So yeah, we'll be working on George again this year. I still haven't, because I got distracted with medical things and with other craft projects after that. But I have taped the feet, but they still aren't covered in plastic dip. And right now it's snowing, so it's not snowing, but there's a lot of snow, so it's too cold to use this outside. I need to wait for spring, because I also don't feel like spray painting inside. It's not one of my favorite things to do, gotta say. So yeah, that's gonna be a thing. What else? I think that we're pretty far done, yeah. Wow, we're actually pretty far done then. Holy shit. To be fair, I've been working on George for... Gosh, how long have I been working on George now? On and off, maybe 2 years? Yeah. Sounds about right. And I keep looking at my Ewok, at the mask I made, and I still have about 5 meters of this fake fur. Maybe this year is the year that I make myself a onesie. I need to buy a specific part for my sewing machine to do that properly. What is that called in English? What is that called in English? Let me have a look. Basically what it is, that instead of the fabric being pushed through from the bottom, it is also pulled through from the top, but it's a specific part that I would need to install on my sewing machine, because my sewing machine does not have that. by default. Excuse me? Let me put that on here. Yes. It doesn't actually say what the name is, but it's a specific type of presser foot that I need to get for my machine. So yeah, so that it's evenly pulled through from both the top and the bottom. It's used for like thicker fabrics and heavier fabrics to make sure that both layers travel evenly. But yeah. I need that before I can make an Ewok onesie. Alright, friends, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna start the ads a bit early because I actually really need to pee. And I don't think I have enough yapping in me to hold that any longer. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run the ads a bit early. It's okay because I started stream a bit late. And you can take this time to get up and stretch and grab some hydration, grab a snack, maybe take your meds. If you've not taken your meds today but you still can, then please do. Check on your laundry and whatever else you need to do, and I'll see you all in a few minutes, okay? Okay. Okay, I return. Thank you for your patience. I had trouble wrestling my compression back on. So thank you for waiting. Let's have a look over here. I need to open this here. I need to pause this. I said pause. And then I need to do this. And do ooh, please choose a screen and subtitle language English. Confirm. Have you played Stanley Parable before? No. Hi, Sebastian. Welcome on in. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Okay. Do I have to see all of the computer? Something like that. Enter the current time. Oh, of course. Eh. Almost. Make sure it's in line with my PC, and then we carry on. I'm not autistic. It's fine. I am. I can be really normal about things matching. There you go. Accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. Okay, are you gonna give me a main menu? Oh, are you gonna throw me into a game? Ah, there we go. Oh boy. I don't know if this is the right position for my camera. Camera sensitivity. Controller vibration, but what if I want to play with keyboard and mouse? So, yeah, subtitles on! Sure, I'll see if that needs to be adjusted. Ah, there we go. In the right position more ways than one. Eee. Apply resolution is fine. Sure. Simply controls off. I can jump, I can interact. Additional interact, okay. Crouch. Auto walk. Oh boy. There we go. Subtitle size. See, I like this. More games should do this. Show me what is the difference. Background opacity is good. Reticle enables maybe. Enables translated labels on top of in-world text. Ooh, okay. Color labels. Additional text next to gameplay critical colors. Okay, content warnings. Enables content warnings and an option to skip sections of the game that deal with suicide, trauma, and mental health issues. Good to know, friends. If you Struggle with subjects such as suicide, trauma, and mental health issues. This might not be the game for you. That's good to know. Reduce motion, remove screen shake and camera bop. I'll leave it on for now. I can always turn it off later. Low dexterity mode. Reduce the difficulty of time-sensitive inputs and precision platforming. Ooh. Can I turn this on? Actual question, chat. By the way, this is my first playthrough. I do not want any hints or tips or definitely no spoilers or foreshadowing or anything like that. So please don't go, "Ooh, this next section," whatever. Don't do that. But if I say actual question, I do want you to answer the question because I'll be talking out loud to myself. And I'll be asking questions that I do not want answered unless I say actual question. So, actual question in this case, can I turn any of these on mid-game? Because it said that the settings are available from the main menu, but... Yes, okay. Good to know. Auto walk, was that right click? Yes. It can be toggled. Okay. Have I missed anything here? No. These I've gone through. Okay. Okay, I think I'm good to go. Let's go. Okay, that's good. Good to know. Thank you, Zabadian. We'll see. We'll see. The end is never the end is never the end. Oh boy. Oh boy.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor at his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Good for him!
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Pencil sharpener! Okay. How is the camera? Let me have a... Begin the game again. No. There we go. Yes, I can... change them. Field of view is what I usually have. Camera sensitivity should back a smidge. It's the field of view, I think, that's bothering me. Do I? Yeah, this I dislike. I can't see what it does. This is better for me. How is it for you, chat? Because we're playing this game together. Is anything in the basic things that I can do for, like reduce motion or the color labels or something? Today I had a wood pigeon on your balcony next to a blue tit. The pigeons are huge compared to those. Pigeons can be really big. And let's leave it at this for now. Let's have a... And look, I can crouch. Okay, I cannot jump. Not yet, anyway. Or 28 or 29.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait, did you... Wow, my office is closed. I cannot go back into my office? At least I have my own office.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I do want the reticle, actually. Actually, I want to see what I'm clicking. Ooh, options, dot, first person shooter, second person shooter, plasma rifle, Joe's favorite, play of the game, booby, Windows, okay, I kind of feel like it should be Windows for the office job. Oh, that's too big. That's gonna annoy me. Yeah, that's small enough for me to be able to see what I'm doing. Can I change the color of that thing? No. Okay. I'll make it work. I'll make it work. Plant.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Een houtduif en een pimpelmees. Nice. Oh, I turned off the PC. Uh-oh. Nobody will know it was me, chat. Who farted? Wait, hold on. Number one, Dad. Can I use a copier? No. I hate Mondays. You just have a pencil sharpener. Employee 432 just has a pencil sharpener. Is being green on USB-C should be turned off? You are so right. I like work. I just hate my boss. What does this say? Mile?
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
I mean, now I got it.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50
Almost
clicks.
certainly 50 clicks. Okay. I'm waiting for the Windows RSI to pick them.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I
God
want this
damn
achievement
it.
to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
I've not. I've seen people, like, I've seen snippets of this game, but I've not actually played it. Wait, 417? Where's 417? Just let me in. Let me in. Where's 417? Wait, why does that make a noise like I'm pressing a key on a keyboard? Interesting. What's the... This one doesn't have a number on it. Who farted? What? How the what have fallen? How the mighty have fallen? Huh. Keep dry. 420.
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
Be my Valentine. But I'm pretty sure that mug says fun. Sure. Yeah. Another who farted mug. Can't zoom in. A floor plan of some sort. Five hours later, all doors have been clicked at least 100 times and no story progress. See, that's the true achievement. Twenty times you said?
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
I have to go back? Is there a door 437?
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
This is not gonna do anything, is it? Where's 415? Hey, Mondays for 16, for 15, here.
Now, back to door number 437.
We spilled the coffee! God damn it, it wasn't me. It's beautiful mustard rug. 437 here.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
It doesn't do anything.
Back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Just let me in. You're trying to distract me from this room. Let me in. Let me in. Which one did you say? Shit. I wasn't paying attention. 417 again? Yes.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
I can't. Oh.
Yes!
Oh.
This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416. We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Where's the fucking coffee machine? I have to go all the way back.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing.
Nice!
Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now. What were you thinking?
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful! We did it, chat! We got the achievement. We got 2 achievements, actually, because there's 1 achievement for earning your first achievement. Nice. Okay. Now. The achievement. Click on the door 5 times. Yeah. It told me to click on the door 5 times. It's beautiful. That is excellent.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No. This is the illusion of choice, isn't it? They're both gonna go to the same thing.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I'm gonna turn off all the computers. Let me in. Ooh.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
The humor in this game and my enjoyment of it? Hell yeah. Do I?
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Coffee nut. Good for you.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Who farted? Hey narrator, you got a coin? You got $1.25.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Yes,
but at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Do not lie. If you're lying right now, stop. Okay. I want to drive the forklift. Can I drive the forklift? What's this? Do I have my employee card on me? Truck! Has the brake lights on. Someone is in there. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion.
The Enrichment Center is required to remind you that you will be baked, and then there will be cake.
Stanley found a resubscribe alert and decided to write a short message.
Hamter! Good to see you, friend. I hope you are well. Hold up. Narrator might get upset with us, but I will get you. I found this one. Green! Link for the paper chain. I'm gonna put it aside, but thank you so much, friend. Yeah! Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000. It doesn't look survivable. Oop! No!
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
I didn't
Good job,
mean
Stanley.
to.
Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I didn't mean to live to my death. Fuck. Oh. Well then. Also I want to do one thing because it's annoying me in the corner of my eye. I don't know why, but there we go. It wouldn't let me. Oh no, it wouldn't let me click on my keyboard. Everything sounds like I'm clicking a keyboard. Even the pencil sharpener.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Is there another PC on here? I think there was.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I'm going to forget at some point, chat, but... Awaiting input. Input received. Huh? I cannot turn this one off. This one does not have an off button. Huh. Input received. Okay, how do I get down? Surname access? Oh. Oops. I ADHD myself into an ending. How dare you? How dare you?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No. We haven't finished the
This was
narration
not the correct
here.
way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous,
Everything
gorgeous room.
sounds like I'm
But eager to get back to
tapping
business, Stanley took the
keyboard.
first
It's
open
so
door on
weird.
his left.
No, there was more things to do here before I plunged to my death.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Oh no.
Someone you've forgotten about.
Oh
Please,
boy.
stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
I am
This
incredibly
is it,
sus
Stanley.
right now.
Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Oh no. Why did you trap me in a room? Oh boy. Oh, what is this? Am I gonna plunge to my death again?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
What? What?
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you?
Wow.
I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
I hate mannequins. Oh, I hate mannequins so much.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Press P on your keyboard? I cannot do anything. I mean, I can walk around, but it won't do anything. I can't even jump. I can't crouch.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do.
I'm trying very
Now
hard
he's
not
pushing a
to.
button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Nothing else does anything.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Press L to watch TV.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job.
That's not a
First, he
TV.
imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth.
It wouldn't let me
The
go out.
thought excited him terribly.
Press V to spend time with the boys?
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either.
I'm
At
being punished for
last,
not following
choice.
instructions, aren't I?
It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world,
boy.
he began to fill it with many possible paths and
What
destinations.
is this?
Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many
Yellow
directions.
line TM.
And down another was a game with a baby. And he
A
called
what?
it the Stanley Parable.
Press G to tell your kids a story? What?
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always
What's going
feel
on with the
this free.
floor?
Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Press M to tell your wife you love her, okay?
But there is no answer. How could there
no.
possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always
gonna put me
has.
back in my
Nothing
office,
has
aren't you?
changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets. The
Damn
more
it.
he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this. That in this world, he can never be anything but an observer.
Is this what
That
my
as
floor
long as he
looks like in my
remains here,
office?
he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Does F to be at work in the morning? Well, you told me not to. Goddamn. I don't know what you want from me. You're sending me mixed signals. There's not much else I can do.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Press K to question nothing? Okay.
I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose.
This is 4:30.
I'll try
Hi,
once more to
Panda.
convey this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again.
Please die?
And Stanley
What?
pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Huh? What is this game?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
What does this even say? I can't read that. Awaiting input. There's a different one each time. Okay. Hi, Spectrum! Thank you for the lurk.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I can still go through here.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Yeah, I think I've exhausted all the options here, so... Oh, this is creepy.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
But there's an elevator here. Where does it go?
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office.
No.
He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So
Yeah.
now in order to get back, he needed to go, From here, it's, left.
Uh-huh.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake.
You're gonna close this one in my face again,
No,
aren't you? Yeah.
no, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking?
Well?
It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Uh-huh. You're mapping? You're mapping my
Let's see,
progress?
went down, right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes.
Uh-huh.
I've got it now. This
You sure?
story is absolutely, definitely this way.
It's another generator. And a truck. That's... Are you sure, narrator? It's Hello, surveillance state.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back
104
to...
is fired.
Who am I kidding?
234
rubbish
is
now.
missing.
The whole story completely unusable.
601 is fired.
How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
No.
And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, hmm? Okay.
But I want...
From the top.
No. Okay, chat. 104 and 234.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I cannot turn this one off. I'm gonna turn it off. Oh, there we go. Never mind. Panic over. Now, which one of you is awaiting input?
When Stanley... Wait, what?
Uh-oh.
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change?
Yeah, something
Stanley,
changed, all right.
Did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
Not
did you
me.
move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story.
It
was right here just a minute ago.
I just noted down the
I know for
numbers.
sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Oh no! Too many choices! This way. Too many choices, chat! Or is this is the illusion of choice. Definitely. Is that the same thing here, then? Probably.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Yeah, Sandy, help me leave the car. Are you stuck? Did you manage to fix your brakes?
What could it mean?
Because if
Stanley
frozen
decided
over,
to go
right?
to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
really
a memo.
cold where you are. Might have broken the game. Oh no, there's no narrator.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Okay. Cinderia read and accelerated and was able to move. Sure, it'll hurt later on. Oof. Wait, why is there... Up? Oh, okay. You sure about this, narrator? Because I don't seem to be able to click many things. And then, wait! This is what my office used to be!
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story.
What?
Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Okay. What?
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all.
No, me neither.
Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing...
Oh no,
how
my
about
door is
this?
gone!
You win! Congratulations!
See
I
ya,
know you
Panda!
put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel
no,
right
I'm
about
stuck in
this at
this.
all. We both know you didn't put in
Whatever
any
this
actual
is.
work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of
Wow.
those situations.
The
Okay?
narrator is
I'm
really
getting
mean.
weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
You're gonna make everything worse again. Oh no, I hate this.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
DM.
Just follow the line. How
DM.
simple is that?
I couldn't go in there before. It wouldn't let me turn this one off. Can I? No. 4B6? That's not right. Four B5, huh?
You see? The line knows where the story is.
Four
it's over
question
in
mark
this
8.
direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via
yeah.
the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me.
Wait,
Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if
This is
my
back.
experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that.
that's alright.
You know
I'm
what?
just thinking out.
I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Narrator. Okay. That's a bit loud. Do you want me to do parkour? The fuck is going on? You're inside! Mwahaha! Solitaires! Batman's favorite game. Am I supposed to do parkour here? I can't jump. Where does this go? Question marks? More parkour? What the fuck? Huh? Why is that light swinging? Where am I going? Monthly ledgers, corporate imbalances, financial records, annual reviews, consolidation reports, departmental accounts, personnel files, budget analysis. Huh.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern.
Okay,
Stanley,
yes.
this fern will be very important later in the story.
Okay.
Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully.
This is
You
never
won't
coming
want to
back,
miss
is
anything.
it? This is never ever coming back. Also, it's not one fern, but two. Okay. These doors don't have numbers. And I'm back.
Wait, what? We're back at the office?
Yeah.
No.
I followed your
You
line.
do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Well. I mean, this wasn't open before. Ah.
Oh,
I see.
no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything
Again,
we've been through...
104
you...
and
I can't take this
234.
anymore, to hell with it.
Pirate? Who's a
Restart.
pirate? 264? No, 464. Pirate?
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting,
I thought you wrote
daring,
this story.
mysterious. Oh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Sure. I'm gonna get back into my own office, aren't I?
Now,
I don't know.
yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be?
You're gonna make me go around in
wild.
circles
Use your
while
imagination.
you
Whatever
think
it
of
might
something.
be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Are you?
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Acknowledge it's TM. This is written by Asticon. Everything's TM. That's a lot of parkour you got going on there, Line. That's oh. I'll follow you there.
Ah, a choice.
In
We get to make a
around
decision. From here, the story is in our control.
Is it, though?
How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here.
That's
Just
all right.
walk in circles for a minute.
For a minute.
Okay. So
Okay.
I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means
this
that somewhere,
narrator-
the place where we're trying to
Is-
go, there must be
narrator,
a reverse
this is the illusion of
door
choice.
that leads here.
It's
And
the
that
illusion
in
of choice
turn
again.
means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So
Okay.
starting from the right, let us
Yeah.
ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one.
Okay.
Another victory for logic.
Well done.
Come, Stanley. Our destiny awaits.
The confusion
hold up, what's this?
ending. Deviate from the maintenance room, end
The
up in the monitor
confusion
room.
ending.
Oh
You're telling
no.
me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending?
Find the line again.
And we're supposed to restart the game, what,
Just
eight
restart.
times? That's really how all this goes? It's
6
all
restart.
determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this
The
thing.
narrator is gone after a long
wall.
time. Stanley dies.
Well,
What?
who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't
Find
I
the
get a
confusing
say in
endings. The
all of
narrator
this?
restarts
Is
the
it really-
game, forgets about previous
No, it can't be.
restarts.
I don't want it to be. I don't want the
Oh,
game
boy.
to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't
see, confusion
restart
of
the game.
choice-
I
of,
won't
illusion
do
of
it.
choice.
I won't do it. I won't do it.
Okay.
And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
It's gonna be mannequins again, isn't
So-
it?
Okay. I guess now we just wait. You know,
Yeah, I'll
I
sit
suppose
down.
in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination.
This is
so
true,
I
yeah.
hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
What? I didn't read the rest of it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I should have read what the rest was. The narrator has now forgotten about the restarts. And I have not found another computer awaiting input.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person
Do
here
not
either.
alter without consulting
Feeling a wave
whiteboard
of
manager.
disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Group 42X. Very confused about it all, but okay. Numbers of slides on this slide, I see. Targets. Push for funding, no idea of new coffee machine. Right, which charts on the same, okay, yeah. Get Chris out of the broom closet. Oh no, hire someone. Chris is still in the broom closet. It's ongoing. Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are to synergize. Fire paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper synergizing guy. Who moved my desk? Please keep the targets on the topic off. Not cost efficient. Future was yesterday, tomorrow is now. Complete today's unfinished agenda items. Right next to reflect. Employee. Gym. Okay. So everyone has numbers. Please do not steal. I want to, but I cannot. How to solve a dispute with a coworker? Then ball up inside. You take it passively or aggressively. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. I see. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. The slick blue graphic in the header and throw some babble in there. Everyone is unique, you most of all. Bi-quarterly post-review. We need less reviews. Want to get rid of the death sport portion of the primary reviews? Get the what? But I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers. More water heater. Chart needs to be more hip to appeal to teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. Big net? Some sort of child trap? Teenagers. The size of demographic. Space between the teenagers. A lot of percentage. Throw something in the ideas bin. What? No more bins, trash cans. Renaming of the idea bin. Firing of me. Ideas bin. What do people want? Things. Money. Happy feelings. Violet James, you are fired. What? More money. Things, but with money to buy more things. Graphs. Graphs about things and money. We have our new product. Business letters and co. Telephone directory. The stock market is somewhere here. Colored in segment. Stripes. Requires more secondary research. What is hot? Target demographic teenagers. Profits, 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 question mark. To do. Synergize core value expenditures. Shift global market money free to play. Monetize free to play. Help, I'm a post-it. Quarterly pie chart profits illegible. Can I hold on? It's already on high. I cannot set it higher. Please, no more charts. Oh my god. The boss appreciation minute? Your boss appreciation specialist? We got a brown noser job now? What is happening? Transcend. Lunch. Comatose. Less air. Pollution. Tips is not getting fired. Talk class. Do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day, with no expectation of promotion or recognition. Don't get fired. Solid. Okay. Who was stuck in the broom closet? Was it Chris? Where's the broom closet and how do we oh. Chris? Chris, are you okay in there?
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
But Chris was... Okay. Not even Chris is here, huh? Oh.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Don't want to. Why is this all red? Why are your brake lights on?
But Stanley just couldn't do it.
No.
He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense.
Wait,
and as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
Where
Why
are my
did doors
feet?
close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating?
11, 12.
No,
okay.
Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all.
And with that, friends, we have ads incoming. So I'm going to pause here. I'm going to do a be right back, and I encourage you to do the same. Grab yourself some hydration or a snack, or maybe even a meal if it's the right time for it. And I'll see you all after the ads. All right, welcome back from the ads, friends. Let's have a look at what is actually going on here.
And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley
The car is
marveled
still
that he had
here.
still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner.
Well.
Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought.
Yes.
And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream.
Oh no.
How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself.
I'm still in the same spot, aren't I?
I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal.
Ooh.
Everything will be fine. I
know.
am okay.
I don't know about normal there, buddy, but nope. Yikes.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real.
The color is
I must
changing.
be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
This is not an
This is
existential.
the story of a woman named Mariella.
Oh, she transitioned. Good for her.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work.
Oh.
But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Okay. What? Oh no. It's not what the floor of my office looks like. What is that?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
There's someone there. There was someone there, chat.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference.
No, narrator, you don't
Nor
understand.
did it
There was someone
advance the
there.
story
I'm
in
not
any
alone.
way.
Cellular phones will not give you cancer. only hepatitis.
Sunbar just tipped 1.00. This is a test message. To test the
When
message
Stanley
with
came
a
to a
test
set
that
of-
contains this message that is being tested. Thank you for concluding this messages that tested the test message test.
Thank you for testing, Zen! Thank you so much. Well, that does mean that the alerts work through Ko-Fi. Hell yeah, thank you for testing that, because yeah, there's no way for me to
2 open doors.
test
He
that.
entered the door on his left.
I mean, we already fucked the narrative.
This
might as
was
well.
not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I saw someone walk, chat.
Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness.
What?
Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. But eager to get back to business,
What the fuck?
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
What if we try to answer the
Stanley
phone
was
again?
so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy,
Loading
really,
dock
I'm not.
B is open.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been... But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and
No,
no one
I
gets
wanted
to
to
tell him
jump
what
on
to
the-
do, Stanley
I wanted
leapt
to
from
jump
the
on the,
platform and plunged to his death. Good job,
What's it
Stanley.
called?
Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
There was an open door there and I wanted in. I should have
All
made
of
a
his
death
co-workers
counter,
were
shouldn't
gone.
I?
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh shit, I forgot to look if there was someone walking there now, but oh well.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man love a room? I mean, truly, truly, deeply, madly love.
No. Maybe. At least I couldn't.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room, but eager to get
Personally,
back to business,
I couldn't,
Stanley
but
took the
maybe
first
Stanley
open
can,
door on
actually.
his left.
No, okay, I want to see if I can get into that
Stanley
door.
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Catwalk
Look,
here.
Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Really?
Yes.
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want
Danger
something bad
everywhere,
to happen
hell
to
yeah.
you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Oh,
Give me
dear.
a chance.
No buckets past this point. What?
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
This feels like a Matrix reference and I can never remember which one's which. Actual question, chat. Which one's which again in the Matrix? What does the red pill do and what does the blue pill do? I can never remember. It's been too long since I've seen it. So clearly, what we need to do is watch the Matrix. The red pill wakes you up. Okay. need to look something up real quick. There. Yeah, blue makes you sleep, red wakes you... Okay. Okay. It does look like they're two different rooms. Am I going to follow the instructions or not? Nah.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Who needs reality? Oh, no, I'm going to do it again.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh, the blue door's here.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well,
It's the red door, isn't it?
Stop
Oh.
you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see.
Hey, turn on the
Help
lights.
me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before.
Office space,
Go ahead,
ceiling
Stanley.
light.
Take it for a spin.
Oh, see, these are placeholders. These are placeholders, chat. There we go. Beautiful.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Oh. Please rate your experience. I'm gonna go be a shit
Oh,
and
of
go
course.
for
A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion?
No.
You know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings?
I
Does that
engaged
sound
with my
good? Think we can do
surroundings.
that?
I
Yes?
did plenty of that.
Wonderful. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled
boy.
a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Worldwide leaderboard. Skip the intro sequence. Only was 3% of players chose the blue door. A more attractive. Wow. Take you to get the correct door. Compete against us in previous Stanley Parable career. Wow. Why not ask some friends for help? Wow. I'm more attractive than Stanley. Okay.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on.
Boy.
And now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
Is this the game with the baby you
wouldn't mind
mentioned
taking a look at
earlier?
it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Oh no.
In this
Yep,
game,
there it
the
is.
baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right. And if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game. All about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Oh, that's a loud buzzer. I don't like this. Goodbye, baby!
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable.
Was it,
though?
though?
Hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes. This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do you think
this
this game is about,
Firewatch?
Stanley? What's our backstory? What is
This
our
is
motivation?
fucking Firewatch, isn't it?
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower. Perhaps for some sort of
creep
twisted
tower.
erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity.
Supplies
So
for
far, I love
2
everything
forks.
about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more.
Dr.
Come,
President.
let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Two folks. Okay. Trucks, Alaska.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
Huh? You gonna tell me what's up, or...?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly, block it off.
Whoa!
Thank goodness, Stanley, what a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it.
I
We're
see.
out of the woods now, Stanley.
Narita, are you agoraphobic,
I'm going to
perchance?
get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Oh boy, here we go. Oh dear. What is it?
Wonderful.
Is this Rocket
See,
League?
this is exactly what I had in mind.
It is Rocket League.
Just
That's
a
all
nice
right there.
big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design.
When are the
Stanley,
the
if you
cards
manage to
coming
get
in?
lost in this game, I will
Oh,
be
boy.
phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball?
It
Stanley,
is,
I think it's sports ball.
It is a
Oh,
kind
what
of sports
fun.
ball, yes.
We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
It goes in the square hole. Yeah. Go sports ball.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist. But
Yes.
if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports
Ooh,
experience.
more
I'm going
ball
try
to the
it out.
sports ball.
Here comes another ball. Yes. Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it?
You're onto something here,
Stanley,
buddy.
I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable.
More balls?
More balls.
More balls! Yeah, now you're getting it. Yeah, we gotta increase the ball to sports. Oh yeah, ball to sports ratio. Hey, Narita, all I'm missing is a
you
satisfying
enjoying this,
ding.
Are you having fun? Is this a real
when I
video game?
put them in the goal.
Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over.
No!
That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what
No.
I say goes.
This is my
You get
game.
to have fun when I let you, Stanley.
Boo.
Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you.
I don't
Without
wanna.
rules or boundaries, video games are nothing.
I don't
Yes,
wanna.
that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley.
Goodbye,
I'm
I don't
leaving.
like you.
See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll
Why
enjoy
are you
it as
still
much,
here? You said
but
you
who
would
knows?
leave. Go.
You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something.
on.
After all, you're
Why are
the
you still
one
here?
who
You said you
knows
were leaving.
best.
La, la,
Take
la,
care,
la, la.
Stanley.
You sheared a bolt, huh? Can I go in here? Yay!
Hold on. What are you doing?
Freedom, bitch!
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you.
Oh.
How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley.
You said you were leaving. Goodbye. What? There was a hole in the floor. What was cross-thread? Oh. Oh. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is somehow giving me Portal vibes. I'm half expecting Cave Johnson to get in here now. You have no wheels for? Didn't you just get your bike back from repairs? Wait, this is my office. Hello, office. Oh. Well, it's not my office. Looks like my office, but it isn't. Oh.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back.
Uh-huh.
The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
This is still the confusing ending, isn't it? Because it did say everything goes black and eventually Stanley will die. But I can't remember what it said in between. This is different.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The office has changed.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room,
Okay,
and
so this is
Stanley
the
knew it
same.
perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic, like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little. This
What?
made him smile. At
What?
last, proof that he was human.
Oh, yeah, I mean, sure. I still don't have feet, but...
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Actually, no. What if I go back and then go back down?
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
And then it's not.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake.
And it's
No,
not.
no, not the right.
It's through here.
Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down, right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes.
Yes?
I've got it now.
Okay.
This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Yes. And it leads me back into the forbidden section. You know this, yes?
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay.
So,
we just back to
464 is pirates.
Who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely
No.
unusable. How about,
It doesn't
rather
have
than
a
waste my
number.
time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart
does
the
it?
game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers
It
were
wasn't
gone.
different
What could it
this
mean?
time, but no.
Stanley
at least the
decided to go
office
to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The office is back to the way it was.
When Stanley... Wait, what?
Oh, we've
No,
restarted the
no,
confusing.
I
Now I can
restarted.
take a
I
screenshot of the
definitely
last
restarted
one.
the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you
You can't
move
jump?
the
No,
story
seriously, we
somewhere, or-
disabled it? Wow.
Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story.
It says in the
It was right
settings
here
you can
just a
jump.
minute ago.
But because
I
I
know
pressed
for sure that
space.
it's here somewhere. Okay, then.
I got an
It's an
achievement.
adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
That's bright. Huh. But I was just here? No?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Yeah, so this is
All
a
of his
confusing ending
co-workers were
again.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
And I haven't seen any more awaiting input PCs.
Okay, yep, it's worse.
I have to
might be
restart
remembering
again.
this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
There was someone walking here before. Were these here before? I don't know.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
And then we're back
Now
in this.
Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing,
Okay.
how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Goodbye. Hi, Eris. So you see Old West, so you down bodies. Oh, wait, no, that's Red Dead Redemption. Good to see you, Eris. I hope
All
you're
right,
well.
I've got a solution.
Oh,
this
boy.
time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the
I
help
have to do
of
this
the
entire
Stanley
thing?
Parable
Okay.
adventure line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
And I can't turn this one off. Okay, so we have to follow the adventure line again. We're gonna get the music again.
You see? The line knows where the story
line
is.
TM.
It's over
Yes.
in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination?
Oh boy, yes,
even
you're
if
gonna have
there's no
an
story
existential
there?
crisis
Or to
again,
put it
aren't
another
you?
way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature
Oh,
of
this
life
door wasn't
itself?
open
Okay,
before.
Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for
Okay.
a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can
Will I
both
do
agree
parkour?
that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence
Yeah.
rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa,
What?
whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Avenger! Right.
Wait, cut the music.
And the
Go
fern
back
is
and
important,
look at that
yeah.
fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it
Yes.
closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss
So
anything.
this is the painting. It's blue. Ocean. Nothing in there. And there's two ferns, not one. This is never going to come back, is it?
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Oh, right. That's not... Can't go through there. Can't go through there. Can't go in there. Can't go through... Oh, we're here again.
No, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it.
Employee
Restart.
pirate. Oh. Yes, it is,
You know what, Stanley?
Oh.
I say forget the adventure line. What's it
Okay.
ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something
Sure.
exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Okay. This direction
Now,
it is.
Yes, this is exciting. Just
Okay.
me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our
The line,
awesome new
TM.
story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Like the subtitles do say it TM as well.
Ah, a choice. We get to
The
make a
illusion
decision.
of choice again.
From
Here we are.
the story is in our control.
UTM,
How
yes.
important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one.
Well, since we
Another
don't know
victory for
where
logic.
we're going.
Come, Stanley. Our
Any door we go
destiny
through
awaits.
technically takes us where we are going. Okay, so fifth
Hold up, what's
restart.
this? Oh,
Narrator forgets.
the confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times?
Okay.
That's
My
really
camera
how
is
all
on the
this
right
goes?
spot, yes.
It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again.
on.
Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this?
here.
Is it really?
I've made a
No, it
screenshot
can't be.
now.
I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we
Yeah,
even know?
because we find the confusion ending
Will
schedule.
someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know.
Yeah.
I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey.
Me
Though
neither,
they're always saying that
narrator.
life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
I forgot the buzzer thing. Okay, so now we attempt to play the story.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Just a matter of time, you say? It's still... The line!
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Oh! Yeah, no one is in the broom closet.
No, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all.
Oh, now you remember that we've done this
I'm just
before.
going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this
Okay.
room. Please take your time.
So now you remember that there's supposed to be Chris in here. No, it's fine. You remember that I've been there.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh. Is this my boss's office? Executive bathroom. Oh. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Okay. Extreme bathrooms time. I see. I don't even have a reflection. Gosh, narrator, judging us for wanting to fondle a mop bucket. Input received. Business time. It's business time. The beige pages. Okay. Panda? What are you doing? No! Not the panda! Business strategy? What? And the narrator has nothing to say about this. Panda, look away! No! No, Panda, look away! Doors Monthly Shapes. Exclusive. Lenny Smith talks about his new box. You know what? Good for him. Giraffes. Oh no.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Oh, not even a piano sound? Shit, what was it, 2845?
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
This is not what the confusing ending says. Kennedy Eldery wasn't sure. Oh. Okay. So we're going back down again?
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Okay, this is totally safe. This is totally safe.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
If light is on, call executive 914 immediately. Hey, narrator, should we do something about this? Or... Escape! Mind Control Facility. Let there be light.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley
I was up
thought
there
to
before.
himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Does he have the stomach to find out, chat? Lights, camera. Employee observation protocol.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building,
Fired.
Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
4, where is it? 27 there. Huh. I wonder what number the pirate is. Hold on. I think it's up there. pirate. Because it's not 464. Wait, where's that 297? 296? These numbers are jumbled. Who's the pirate?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time?
The fuck is this?
Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his
Elevator?
emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
What? We're gonna take the lift?
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
What's down there? Five. Wait, I found 3 and I found 5. Hold up. One, 2. Console disabled. 3 is there. Is that 4 up there? Hold up, how do I can't see where I'm going. Is this? Oh, here. Oh, I can't go up there. Okay. Can't see what I'm doing. Mind controls idle awaiting input. Oh. Is this...
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Yikes forever! Yeah. Really. Did I do it?
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go,
Is this
what
just
to
a
do,
giant television
or
screen?
how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Beat the game! Oh, wow. The end is never the end is never the end.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Input. There they are. Who? Hello? I'm here. Dang it. New content. All right. Hello?
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Hello?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Yeah, it was scary. Yeah, I saw it before. Someone walked there, but they just walk past. You can't interact with them.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, here we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if, Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see, it's the jump circle?
We get jumps, chat. New content, the jump circle. All right. But it'll have to wait until after the ads because an ad's starting soon, TM. So take this time to grab yourself a beverage or a snack or whatever you need, all right? Maybe your meds, check on your laundry, do whatever, and we'll continue the exciting new content of finally being able to jump after the ads. Yes, Scan Organics. Sebastian is secretly a robot. Learning all about how to be a human. No, I assume it's really dangerous. And you're trying exobiology. Okay, so the new content, the jump circle. The question is, can I jump outside of this circle? I cannot jump outside of this circle. I'm gonna see what else there is. I'm gonna save.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive.
You know what,
It's just
narrator?
elevators
Yeah.
and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good.
Oh, behind me. Sorry.
I knew there had to be something else.
I'm
Let's
adjusting
see
my
it. I'm ready for
compression. There
whatever
we go.
it is.
Oh dear. What? Thank you for enjoying the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see,
Oh,
Stanley?
the door closed.
This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks.
This
Just
game
you and
is so
me
self-aware,
having a
can
great
get away
time
with
together
anything?
like
Yes.
always. What do you say, friend?
So I can't even jump? Oh dear. Narrator. It looks different. Even the carpet has a different color. Narrator? Yeah, that's what it... Narrator?
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
That's not disturbing at all. Okay. Coffee nut and the screwdriver. Down here? Narrator.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be.
That's
So
a dangerous
I
line
made something
of thought.
special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Whoa. Whoa, what is this? Is this the house I built after winning the game?
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want.
Oh.
Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
The memory zone. Especially if they abandoned us in a big old sports ball field with no balls. Exactly. And then got upset when we jumped down one of the goals. Zone, sweet zone.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Oh, man. Remember when they brought out Windows like this? This is a... Is this Windows 98? No. Something like that. This is off the design of a Windows. A copy of Windows. Independent Games Festival Audience Award. British Academy of Films and Television. Oh no, the tape. The fucking... Oh, beautiful. Also, this one that I hadn't seen. The Cargo Operator's Manual. Beautiful. Stanley Parable script. My first kiss, my first car, the release of Stanley Parable in 2013. Oh no. You know what I'm missing is a Live Laugh Stanley Parable. The Memory Zone temp. Buy on Steam. The original remake. Good times. 1951. Let's begin again. Smile because it happened. The Stanley Parable alpha test. A trip down memory lane. $1. The Stanley Parable demonstration. Ah, it's the demo. Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. Don't play for 5 years. Go outside. Nominee. Games Awards. Development team. Game innovation. Debut game. Story. New video game releasing today! Create a surprising down-to-earth. Rutgers goes from scandal to new crisis. Quality show, uneven effort to enroll poor. Costs hinder, new attack to achieve diversity. Business leaders pushing election of council allies. 50% off designer hat. But a small creature owns the other half. All the news that's fit to print. Ah, yes, the New York Times. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. Haha, remember that, chat? In loving memory of little Stanley. Oh! The hamster? A baby. Piano! Hey narrator, this is a little weird. I'm gonna be real. Fantastic Arcade. Indicate. You have narrative excellence.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Told you it was a dangerous line of thought there, narrator. That's Portal! And there's so much more content to the game. The tasteful, nostalgic, it was good. Minecraft! I feel like if I go in here, it closes the Person of the Year, Stanley. The figurines. I feel like if I go through that door, it closes behind me. Memory zone maintenance. I can't go in there. Okay. Not yet. For Scott K. Greatest wealth is memory. The end is never the end, it's never the end. People play games because of what they do inside them. Your game is very good at letting them know they can't do anything. Literally, anything. Oh, classic. Your number is... I've not seen that either, but then again, it's my first time playing the game and there's so much going on. Snake oil salesman route. What?
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content.
Yeah, it'll probably have spoilers.
It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Grass trial version. It's just a Taylor Swift source. Move objects, create levels, graphics. Man. Remember? But yes, the grass is a trial version. 6 royalty-free designs. Missing co-worker scenario. Red, gray, meeting, boring. Superb. Ah, red door, blue door. It's a serious room, but I can't go through there. I can't jump over.
These were simpler times, Stanley.
Oh, hello.
But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
Huh?
What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh, narrator. Oh, honey. Oh, honey, no. Oh, honey, no. Oh, sweetie, please. Oh. Recommended,
Honestly,
not
I
recommend.
could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Hi, Mal. Yeah, this game is so self-aware it hurts. Do you think we can drive the forklift now? I wish to drive the forklift. I wish to drive the forklift! Oh man. I'm being denied. You have it? You know why I never played it? So this is the new content of the Ultra Deluxe. I had never played the game regularly. I've seen some snippets, I've seen some playthrough of it. But this is my first time playing it, and of course I also I completed the game, question mark, and then fell into the new content. So that's where we're at. Oh no. Oh, narrator, look away for a second.
Okay, let's see what this one says.
Oh no.
While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
Do you
I
think...
feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Do you think these are actual reviews? And they just... that left the actual usernames on there? Or do you think they just made it up? Because with this game being so self-aware, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they would just grab like actual reviews and have the narrator read them. Oh yes, I don't have a license to jump outside of the designated jump circle, and I don't have a license to operate forklifts.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
I love this. This is excellent. This is beautiful. That's all I ever wanted.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245.
The narrator's a little salty, maybe.
The deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice.
Yes.
That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things
That
at
implies a
once, that you
multiverse.
are
I'm not
both
sure
making
that's
choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look. I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeat. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you?
I did.
But that's the power of the button.
Okay.
The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better
Going out of the
educated on
this
exactly
little
how
spastic
Steam
making your
works.
migraine worse. Oh
Perhaps
no.
that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button.
Yeah, maybe.
Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe
Where's
30,
the door
45
gone?
minutes.
Oh,
It's
fuck.
not unendurable by any means, but it's...
Oh,
well,
no.
There's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not
my
press
God.
the button again.
I'm trapped.
I think the skip button
I'm
has
trapped
been
in here with
aptly
him.
demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here?
Yeah.
Where did the door go?
Yeah.
Wasn't there a door that led into this
There
room?
was.
I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort or a
We
window
were not
or something
airdropped
like that.
either.
Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole?
No.
A sufficiently large crack in the wall?
No.
I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there?
There was.
I swear there was. Where did it go?
Maybe if I press
Can
the
you
button
maybe
again.
just ram your way through a wall?
No.
Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough
try.
damage is done for you to be
I'll
able
try.
to leave?
I'll try.
Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking
no.
you to work with me here.
I can't even run,
We
narrator.
need a door. We
Yes.
need a door of some kind.
Maybe if I press
can
this
work
button
with
again.
any kind of door, as long as it can open and lead
Hold on,
from
I'll press the
one
button
room
again.
to another. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
12 hours?
You've just been frozen there.
I'm so
I don't know why
hungry.
the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone.
I
It's
know.
completely gone.
I know.
I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley.
No, I know.
There's no door. There's just you and the button. And if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what
Let's
will
find
happen.
out.
I have
Let's find
no
out.
idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I
Yeah.
don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again.
Tee-hee.
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're
oh.
back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again.
How long has it been?
Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing.
Well, yes.
Would you think that
Very
it's
radical's
exactly
changed.
the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already
The
been
dot in the
doing?
middle is no longer
Me
just a dot.
talking But it isn't,
How long has it been
It
like
isn't
that,
the same
chat?
at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening.
Well,
I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley.
hold on to
not
your
the
butt,
outcomes,
narrator.
Not the story. No. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about
Oh,
us
the
and
battery's
about
dead.
everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one
year?
place and not moved for one entire year? Let me
Oh.
describe it for you. To begin with,
You couldn't
there is
even
only
water this
regret.
plant.
There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities.
couldn't even water
I felt
this fucking
nothing at all
plant.
but regret for the longest time, Stanley.
Alright.
Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see my...
So, has it been 10 years? Oh dear. Narrator? Narrator? I could really use something to eat. Have you found a way out yet? Ah, shit. I think we might have killed him, chat. Oh, I think we might have killed him. Well, just us and the button now. Hey, buddy. Oh, nope, don't like that. Oh, and I can't push the button. No! No, 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 no. I don't care that the smoke alarm's going
But
off.
they didn't understand the game was
Oh.
never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition.
You're
But
back.
Where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumb.
Maybe just come back at a bad time. You know, maybe he's asleep. Maybe... Oh, gee, I don't know.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never
Hey,
the
buddy.
end, is never the 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 end.
This is a mantra now, buddy.
End is never the end, is never the end.
Yeah. So... Got any way out of... Oh. Oh. Well. I see. Yeah. If I keep pushing this long enough, it will eventually all break down and we can get out of here. That's what I'm hoping for, at least. That's, I'm sure that's what's gonna happen. Post-apocalyptic and oh. The sun! I never thought I'd see the sun again. What's this? Oh, you've just fallen over. I see. Yeah, alright. Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, nature reclaims. I think these berries are edible. We're in greenhouse again! Huzzah! Oh. God, I love Portal 2, right? Uh-oh. Can't unsubscribe, chat. You can't do it. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. What's going on? Everything has died. Including the narrator? Dad, I want to go home. Chat, I just want to go home. Oh! Oh. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh, well. Who would have thunk this would function as a bunker? Huh? We end up in the post-apocalyptic wasteland, huh? Yeah. This is this is something. I mean, it's better than being locked in a concrete building, but... Huh. Oh. We did find the hole! We did... Oh. We found the hole and we emerged victorious. Input. Welcome, Stanley, to heaven. Why is heaven so loud? Oh no, the buttons get unpushed again. Oh no, I don't like heaven either. Buttons. Heaven is a giant STEM toy. Buttons. Chat. I went out. I don't want to ride Mr. Bone Spooky ride anymore. Can we... How do we... Chat. Is this hell? I think we might have accidentally ended up in hell. How do I... How... Let me out! Where's the narrator? Oh boy. What an excellent use of free will, chat. Actually button pushing hell. Do you think this goes on? I don't even see a pattern to it. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. This is true. Buttons! Buttons! There's no discernible pattern either. We want me push to leave this? Okay. Out. Oh my god. I don't want to be in button purgatory anymore. Let me out! And it's not like there's one marked differently. Begin the game again. What if you quit to the menu? Can I do begin the game? Do I get back to button purgatory?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked.
Oh no. 6 rows and then not parallel? They're not. There's no... I cannot see a discernible pattern. I can see that for every color, there's a slightly different shade. Like a second shade that's slightly different. But I don't see... Like, I was looking for maybe an outline for a door or something, but no. Oh no. Run! Oh. Okay, so we should not touch the button. Alert my last. Listen, I had to check it. I had to check twice. Do not put in the input.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Yuba!
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Don't touch the button. Do not! Yeah. But maybe this time it's different. Wait, is that person there? Again? No. New. This is sus, chat. I'm scared. I'm scared. What if I don't want the new content?
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Event narrator talks to us one more time.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
The intonation's slightly different.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. What a room, Stanley thought to himself. What a room, what a room, what a room. This is what Stanley thought. What a room. What a room, what a room. What a room. Va-va-voom. What a room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Chris? No, not her fondle bucket! Piece of shit.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
You haven't been through here. Locked.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Oh no. Oh, why?
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
I forgot about this box.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
You're denying me my
At this
escapade.
point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Yes. You can't scare me. I played Portal. This is not any worse than the incinerator.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Goodbye.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
You transitioned! Good for her!
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
What? Nature paintings, yes. Stanley's computer, yes. Blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development. Though the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. Filing cabinets, yes, very important. This room is very bright. The two doors. The set of the two open doors is the very first concrete piece of Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. The office. 1, 2, 3. See, there we have the carpets. Office computers. Button sounds. A selection of the sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. I see. Credits, yes. Are we now in a museum of this game? Maintenance room. Mm-hmm. The office. Office clock. Mm-hmm. Boss's office, yes. Ah, yes, I see. Mm-hmm. What's here? Is it the same on the other side? The lounge. Underground.
Over the bridge.
Kevin writing the voice of the narrator recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over the 2 years of development. These are clips from early takes that were not used in the final game.
When Stanley came to the lift, he traveled upward to the power source at the top of the facility to end this injustice. This elevator for sure.
The Stanley pancake, yeah. Unless we were in hell before and this is actual heaven. So many things to see. Fun. Money. There's probably also spoilers of some sort of the game, but Warzone. Oh. Early in development, design an ending where Stanley would end up on battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and wage war against the narrator. Realized shorting after starting to build it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Alien base. What? Wait. Alien base? Awesome. Ah, yes. The Borg. Okay. Ultra Deluxe announcement. December 2018, we announced the Ultra Deluxe version of the Stanley Parable at the Game Awards. These are screenshots of the videos we made for the announcement of the game's delay. Final warning. What? Narrator emails. After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. When we had initially planned to use these for further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of those emails. Will the game feature capybaras? How do you stay in shape? Okay. Are you gay? Okay, of course. The office, yes. The lounge. Early version of the lounge. Oh, I see. The apartment timer. Previous version of choice leading to the apartment ending. Time would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Now, picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Ah. Oh, it's the same as in the final game. We wanted to look more like a place where cargo was actually stored. Oh. Staying on jumping a different path, however, they decided also want the option to play falling to their death. Oh, I love that. I love that for me. Maintenance layout, flow, always in the first tutorial was important. Oh. Meeting room. The original part of the Zending? But the narrator would describe what color they had pulled. Okay. Game menu. Not been there. There are 4 major teaser trailers of the core of the game's development, each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one released in May 2012, features a series of broken rooms and the voice narrator informing viewers that he is repairing a new version. Ah. Interesting. Ah, yes, we could have gone through here, indeed, yes. Freedom ending. Countdown desk. Freedom ending. Okay. I've missed many endings. Countdown room. Monitor room. Elevator, yes. Game design mockup. Alright, chat, we have an ad starting in about 2 minutes again. Just gonna continue walking through the museum. Left to right, if you send levels over time, was created in November 2011, 2012, and then 2013. Ah. Have I been here? I have been here, yes. I see. Right. You know what? No, I'm gonna actually do a be right back because I thought there was more museum, but it just all leads to here. So before we go through the exit, friends, I'm gonna do a be right back again while the ads run. Yeah, same as usual. Take your meds if you're not taking your meds yet. Grab some hydration, grab a snack, do a bio break as well, and I see you all in a few. Hello. Let's continue this. We're in the museum. Wait. Alright.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another.
Oh boy,
How
hold
they
on.
both wish to be free.
I didn't... What? I was not looking for another existential crisis from a different narrator, but... Do I just... Well, if this is the exit, then... I suppose.
Can you see? Can you
Oh,
see
boy.
how much they need one another? No, perhaps not.
What?
Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
I...
But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail.
There's a catwalk.
Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice.
No, let me get to the
Don't
catwalk.
choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Splat, I guess. We're not pushing that button.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
This is so rude. They locked me out of the closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh no, not this again. We're
But
gonna walk in
Stanley
circles.
just couldn't do it.
Forever.
He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical
But there
sense.
was someone. It's
And as Stanley
never
pondered this,
acknowledged
he began to make other
the one
strange
person that's walking there.
observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors
I was
close
crazy
automatically
once.
behind him
I still
wherever
am.
he went? And for that
According
matter,
to some,
these
at
rooms
least,
were
and
starting
that's
to
fine.
look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an
this room is
explanation.
the least
His
bad.
co-workers weren't actually gone. He
I think the
wasn't
best people
going
have
to
a
lose
little
his
crazy in them.
job.
Yeah.
He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating
Well,
everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself
Now I have to
being
wait.
considered
Now
by
I would like a
Stanley,
skip
who found it
button.
particularly
I would like a
strange.
skip button now.
I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking
We've
about
already
how it's
seen this.
describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin.
Oh, they can skip button
the
on stream
press
freeze
of
for
the
a brief
mattress on
second.
his
Oh
back,
no.
the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job.
This is
Let
where
me
we
continue
found
pushing
on
the
the streets again, isn't
buttons.
it? Yeah.
Please. It's all...
What if I... Hold on. What if I click begin the game again? Am I then back at... Yes. Okay. Good.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started. And if it
What?
did, it stopped shortly after.
What?
Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Hold on. That's new. Huh?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What if I don't
This
pick
was
up
not the
phone?
correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
Oh.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
So,
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've
do you
gotten
think
off
we've
on the wrong
exhausted
foot
everything
here.
through here?
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
I've not gone through the
I
red
realize
door.
that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult,
I think.
but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Okay.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped.
Okay.
And I think
Are
I
you
have
gonna
a
restart
solution.
on me?
Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for?
This is sus. Space?
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
This is weird.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Away.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
We've done it several times before. It's
Please,
fine.
no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Oh.
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
I see. Why is the ceiling also bricks? Why is the ceiling also bricks, chat? Why is the ceiling also bricks? Also, narrator, if you can build all of this on the spot, why do you not build like a giant swimming pool or something at the bottom? Or trampoline! Would be funny. Probably still break my neck, but you know.
Oh.
What?
Thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment.
That was quite a squelchy
Now,
scrunch.
Can we please get back to the other room?
No.
No. No. What are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Because I don't want to be here. Also, I want to see what happens, honestly. And my life is not about you!
Stanley, let's go back to the other room.
Oh no,
Can you
buddy!
do that for me?
What is in the other room? Is it still the
Yes.
weird...
Perhaps you can.
Is it still the...
Perhaps
Oh,
you
why is it
finally
red
see
now?
what I'm talking about.
Oh. I don't like this, though. Is the other door... The other door is gone.
You'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You
Oh,
can see
no.
that, can't you?
That's cult... That's cult narration right there. No, I don't want it. Nope. Nope.
No, perhaps not.
This. I'm so confused why the ceiling is bricks. Why is the ceiling bricks?
My God, is this really how much you dislike my
Oh,
game?
not
That
this.
you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
No, you're being manipulative. And I won't have it.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all.
Yes.
Well, this one is yours.
Well, we don't do manipulation in it. I've had plenty of manipulation in my life. I will not have any more, thank you. Goodbye!
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it?
Yes.
I'm going back.
Oh. What? I think the
Even
copying
now,
machine is
Stanley's
broken.
office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a
What?
painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
I don't know. I think the copying machine had a party. Oh, and then it stops.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What even? Okay, yes, we're
Yet
back
there was
here.
not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay. Well, all the papers got there. I think there's a window. Yeah. Because I've not been... Oh. I've not been here! Uppies. Bing bong. How far up does this thing go? Because that is quite a lot of speed with the way the camera is shaking. Is that the narrator? Why are these glowing blue? What? It doesn't go anywhere? Down then? Is that a Mr. Blobby emote? Terrifying. We just take an elevator break. Okay. Well then.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad, Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
Wow. Someone's a salty bitch. Aww. Had to try it, chat. So sassy, yeah. Wait. No, it can't go through. Okay, it looked like there might be something. Okay.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Yes, we've done this, but I think...
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television
What if I,
screens.
instead of turning it off, I turned it
What horrible
on?
secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
I mean, the fact that the narrator said that Stanley hoped to, see weather someday really was, dystopian.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For
I need to
he
find
would
4.
dismantle the controls
5 is
once
there.
and for all.
But there's one up there that I cannot reach yet. One, two, three. What's up here? Is that where I came from? Probably. 3. I think I need to power the facility on first.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do.
Boy.
For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you,
5.
about me, where we're going,
5, okay.
what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're
5.
obliterated?
You have 3 attempts
All right,
remaining.
I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying
Any key
alone.
to send power surge.
Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I
5.
let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left.
Mecha
But I'm
power.
enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just
Fail-safe
assume when you saw that
disabled.
timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones.
See, there's
or maybe this
4.
big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't.
I don't understand.
It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Okay. Goodbye. I didn't understand what I was supposed to be doing. Huh?
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Yeah, that's agoraphobia.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I wonder what happens if I go back to the boss's office now.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Alright, bud. Just go. Leave already. So that bit of the narrative has changed.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Yeah, but is there nothing else I can do here? Because there was a catwalk down
The
there.
door behind him was
I couldn't
not
jump,
shut.
so I was trapped
Stanley
in
still had every opportunity to
moving
turn
thingy.
around and get back on track.
There was another catwalk there as well.
At this
that I
point,
couldn't get
Stanley
to.
was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
As you do. Bonk.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Can I just hide in here? I can just hide in here, right?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley
Drop me
was
on
led
that catwalk.
helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Ah, yes, this is the, we've done this one, the other narrator.
And yet
Never
it would be
mind.
just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
We've done this.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Do, 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 do.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Yes, yes.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
There's another catwalk on the side, though.
But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be...
What if I do this now?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. When Stanley came to a set of two open... This was not the
you said I
correct
was
way
going
to the
to
meeting
the-
room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Oh, no.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
Have you
But
seen
eager
this?
to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No. No, 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 no.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley,
not
I
pick
think
up the
perhaps
phone.
we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put
Not
your
pick up
work
the phone.
aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her.
Let's
If
see
you
what
can
else
truly
narrator has
place
to
your
say.
faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Let's see how long this takes. Doo-doo-doo. Might as well check my emails. I'm not picking up the phone. The nonchalant sip was gold. Hi, Pri. Hi, good to see you. I'm not picking up the phone. I'm gonna see how long it takes. If there's even an end to this. Doot doot. Was there a package getting delivered today? I should check. Tomorrow. Do you think we can...
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone?
Yep.
No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly. I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check.
Look at all the cigarette butts here.
No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action.
That's me.
How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation?
Oh, no, I have
won't
ADHD.
have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world.
Oh, no.
Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Oh, no.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant,
yes.
and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction.
Yes.
But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
And then?
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you
build a
jumping off the
fence?
platform
I
and
can't
dying.
even jump
Imagine
off?
the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
I'm fenced in. Oh, you dick. I'm not even allowed to jump away anymore? Wow. Wow. So now what?
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Except that there is no door on the left.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm gonna go back.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Oh. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh boy. I think we might be too late. Hold on. You've not closed the door on me yet. Does it still look the same? When do we get the pogo stick like attachment and portal gun? Oh.
It's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Oh boy. That didn't go well, did it?
Oh, I'm here.
Oh no.
I'm still here in this pile of rubbish, with you.
Yep.
You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see?
Yeah.
Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to
good.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
You're gonna slam the door in my face? Ah, you should have.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story
first. Yeah, but for
first.
science, we have to do it again.
I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
You're not even scolding me for it? But the wall is carpet.
No! Why did you do that?
There we go.
Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh, look, this door is on my left now.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would.
Okay, maybe
that
we
means
should do
choosing
the...
responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was
the
not a
broom
single
closet
person here either.
is still
Feeling
nailed
a wave
shut.
of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
You just locked it? Evil.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I can't even go downstairs anymore. Wait. Is no longer the executive bathroom? I'm unable to do... this looks different.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Night Shark 115? Does that work? No. Can't breath for too long, I guess.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall. I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story.
I'm not sure
this
if I'm
is
actually...
a crucial step.
Fine. Night Shark 115. You don't have access to my
Okay,
microphone, do you?
fine. You're not going to do it.
No.
But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak.
Because I
Say
didn't have
something to me.
another
Explain
choice.
yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Huh?
Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The end.
I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right?
Oh, credits.
Stanley, this is important.
Beautiful.
The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you.
Beautiful.
Do you
All right.
understand me? Whatever choice you make is
I love
just
that
fine. They're
bombshell
both
chat.
correct.
I
You
think
cannot
it's
be
time
wrong
to
here.
find
We can
someone
work
to say
together.
hello
I'll
to.
accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need
Oh,
time
dear.
to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing
Sorry,
to do.
Leroy.
Take as much time as you need.
Buddy. Buddy. Poor Leroy. Yes. Alright, friends. This is where I'm gonna leave it for today. We're gonna go say hi to someone. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. This was fun. This was chaotic. This is the kind of chaos I needed. Who can we go say hello to? Let's see. Who is live doing what? Why not? We've said hello to you recently, but we can go say hello to you again. This end is again never the end. Yeah. It's fun and far from over. Definitely. Might revisit this at some point just to explore everything. But for now, we are going to go say hi to Tree. I know we rated her recently, but she's playing RimWorld at the moment. A game that I might eventually fall back into at some point. But not now. I will be back on Friday. Probably doing some crafts on Friday. I will be streaming Friday, Saturday, Sunday for the foreseeable future, which is 1 p.m. CET, which is 5 hours ago, and whatever that is in your time zone. So yeah, keep an eye out. Drop a follow if you want to get notifications. I mostly post in a Discord when I go live and do Discord pings and stuff as well. And there's also a schedule down below somewhere on Twitch itself. Yeah. So yeah, thanks again, friends, for hanging out with me. And remember, the end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. I love you all. Bye-bye.